Ahem. Ahem. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I am beeping. I'm beeping, and I am bopping, and I am moving, and I am grooving. And I have my glasses. Now I can see. Now the world is visible. Nothing can stop me. I have cured my one and only weakness. Oh good, the thumbnail's right on YouTube. I noticed it wasn't right on the last few streams, and I have no idea why. It's very weird. But cool. It's the Tron one. There we go. That's the one that I really want. I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna tweet about this one today. Just because this one is definitely just all Praktiek all the time. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna make that canon now. It's always gonna be Praktiek. If anybody ever comes in and asks, what's Praktiek? I mean, like, look it up in the dictionary. What do you want from me? Anyways, yes. Good morning, Ghosty. Good morning, Tempa. Good morning, Gaming Warlord. How's it going? So I've got good news, great news. Great news. Okay, so if you were here last time, you remember it was technical difficulties the Strem. It was very fun with quotation marks, and not in the quotation marks that VG Myths normally is. Mostly just technical difficulties. Very bad at the game. I've been practicing a bit off-stream, not as much as I wanted to. I legit, the last 2 days straight, I've wanted to practice this. And life decided that maybe I need a little bit of a character building exercise. But my character is now built, not the in-game character, only the real life character. You are allowed to build up your real life character, but just not your video game character. That's the conceit of this run. But yeah, I've character built in ways that don't invalidate this run, and otherwise I did get some practice in the days before, and figured out the most important thing. So one of the really dumb things is Rogue Legacy just autosaves like for forever. You do a thing, that's gonna be on your save file forever, and you can't take backseats. Which makes practice difficult. Like, obviously, take backsies will not be allowed in an actual run, but as far as practice is concerned, I really need to practice these bosses. Well, I finally did the thing that I'm sure I figured out years ago and then forgot. I googled, hey, how do I back up my save file? And yeah, it's just files on your computer, of course, that you can just copy paste around to make backups and load your backups. In fact, this is officially supported by the devs, because when I looked up where are save files stored, there is a topic on the Steam forums where someone was like, hey, I want to back up my save file on crap. Where are the save files located? And literally, the brand account of the game's developers commented and said, oh yeah, they're right here. They're stored right here at this directory on your computer. So, it's officially supported. You can't even tell me I'm cheating. Also, thank you very much for the 173 bits, Alex S. Warrior. I missed the message because it doesn't show it. I'm just gonna open up Twitch then. By the way, how can you hear me? Is the game overshadowing my voice at all in any capacity? Obviously, I mean as of a few seconds ago, not as of when the game got paused. Okay, Alex S. Warrior said, thank you for being such an inspiration. Aww. Thank you for giving me money. We're both inspirations in our own ways. Okay, there. Now Twitch is actually open in a window, so I'll be able to see stuff if I miss it. Okay, so yeah, I can back up my save file and stuff. So I've been able to do practice. Notice right here, this door. I have beaten 3 of the bosses. Obviously, the Eye, Kidder, is super duper easy. Don't even have to worry about practicing Kidder. But then the other 2 bosses did take a decent amount of practice. Honestly, I think they're about the same difficulty, which is nice, because you'd worry that Leon would be way harder than Alexander, because Leon is the 3rd boss, ostensibly, just based on area difficulty. But I got them, and I was able to, like, beat them in a not necessarily hitless run, but I did well enough that I'm confident I can beat these guys in a real run without a ridiculous number of attempts. So they're down. I've been practicing Herodotus for a while, the slime, and Herodotus is hard. I've gotten really close to actually beating it in a scenario where it would be a successful run in a real attempt, but have not quite managed it. Cool thing about Herodotus is you do get a hit. Herodotus will not kill me in 2 hits. Game volume seems a bit high. Okay. Okay, I've turned it down a little bit. Let me know how that is now. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Zoim. Thank you for the free money. Although Zoim, I do have to say, you're in the friend zone, and friends aren't allowed to give me money. I mean, thank you, but I do feel weird when you give me money. Don't feel weird, though. I mean, thank you. Please don't feel like you have to give me money. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so in an actual run scenario, I already explained that I figured out a trick to infinitely heal myself. So in order to beat the bosses safely, I need to be able to survive 2 hits without dying. And that way, when I'm fighting the boss, if I get hit, no matter what hits me, I won't die immediately. And, oh, I'm sorry, I need to be able to survive at least 1 hit for the purposes of the run. Because that way, if I make a mistake and get hit, I will have time during my invulnerability frames to just pause the game, and then quit out to menu. When you do that, when you reload, you'll be outside the boss room, you'll just be here in the castle. And as long as there is a safe path to get to a lore room, or I realized I'm stupid, either a lore room or a statue room. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more room types, but I did confirm statue rooms. Check this out. I just broke that stuff. Normally, stuff remains broken when you load your game. That's permanent on your save file. Not true in statue and lore rooms, I have confirmed. So I can infinitely heal, and because all 3 of the rooms that I travel through, the entrance, the boss door, and the statue, all 3 of these, they never even have enemies in them. So it's completely safe to farm back to full health, no matter what. So basically, as long as I'm able to beat the bosses deathless, and I'm never stupid enough to keep fighting after I'm 1 hit away from death, then there is no risk of this run failing, ever. I can always beat it if I just get better at damaging the boss. There's no fail state. As long as I am careful. So that's very important to making this run feasible for me, who is bad and takes like dozens of attempts per boss. But obviously, so farming for HP drops, if you've noticed, I have not gotten a single HP drop yet. HP drops are relatively rare, and there's only 4 items to roll for them in here. So refilling health after a failed boss attempt is gonna take a long time. I do need to be somewhat capable of beating the boss's damage list, so I'm not spending that much time farming for health. And that's why I'm practicing. How long do I think I'm going to be streaming today? I'm honestly not sure. I do want to pull myself away from the stream. Maybe an hour or 2 before I technically need to. But I'm bad at that. So I'm going to say I want to be off the stream by like 6:30 Eastern time. But that may not be true. Anyway, this is basically just a practice stream. I will not, absolutely not, reach a point where I can actually start a real run today. So, expect a lot of Herodotus. Can I maybe go for about 1.5 hours? Do you mean, do you mean minimum or maximum? There's 2 ways to read that. Anyway, so now I've got to pull up my save files. Oh, you need someone to keep you entertained, so that's minimum. This will definitely be at least 1.5 hours, so you do not have to worry about that. Okay. Luckily, I've set up a system where I just have the folders for my backup and the saved games folder ready to go. So I just constantly close and reopen the game. Is there anything that kills in 1 hit? I believe the final boss can kill you in 1 hit if you don't get good enough upgrades from the boss chests. The only way without leaving the castle through death or glitches to increase your base stats is with the upgrades from boss chests. And if you get lucky enough, then the upgrades you get from those boss chests will allow you to survive a hit from the final boss. So it is necessary that I get lucky drops from the bosses. The idea is that I'm going to farm for a good drop from the first boss, Kidder. I'm not sure how much I really need, so I'm basically just, once I get to the final boss in practice, that'll tell me if the stat drops I got are enough. Right now I have 2 health drops. And pretty sure that health drops are the most important because they help you survive a minimum number of hits without healing compared to getting defense. At least the way it scales when I'm a dumb, stupid baby without any upgrades whatsoever. So, unfortunately, Herodotus, way more so than the prior 2 bosses, is an endurance boss. You can get into some really tight spots if you're not super, super careful. So it's all about whittling them down. It's a very simple structure. The boss, the actual slimes, they have one attack, which is jump in your direction. And otherwise, they're just slopping around. Every time you break them, they split into two smaller ones until eventually the smallest size just disappears. And also, every time they split, they also drop one of those mages. Also, one mistaken idea I had for a while was it's better to kill the smaller slimes first, because that way you have to worry about less slimes simultaneously. I have discovered practically it's better to get rid of the larger slimes to a point, because larger slimes are themselves more difficult to dodge. They're more capable of landing on like the higher tier platforms because they have a bigger hitbox. Like, see there, they're missing the platform now because they're small enough to miss it. Before they could have landed up. Oh! Oh, crap. So that is a failure. Now I'm at the point where I failed this run, but I'm just going to keep going for practice. Because in a real scenario, it's too risky to continue. I need to go back and heal to full. I do have a death-defying ring, which I'm really going to want in the real run, but I'm probably going to want to save it for the final boss. Am I looking forward to playing Kirby Air Riders, or have I not gotten that far in the series? Thank you very much to Gaming Warlord for bringing up the possibility that I haven't gotten that far in the series, because that was going to be my first answer. I'm glad people are finally starting to understand. But yeah, I haven't gotten that far. I've only played up to it's hard to really say because of all the spin-offs, but the latest main series game that I've played is Superstar. Next in line main series is Dreamland 3. So I'm very behind. I'm looking forward to playing Kirby Air Riders, Air Rider? Kirby Regular. I'm looking forward to playing Kirby Air Regular. Just because that has, like, the Super Smash Brothers Brawl style achievement system. It is apparently the origin of it, and I love that. However, at the same time, I'm worried because, I kind of hate, Air Rider. Is it Air Rider and not Air Riders? Because I'm getting very confused, I think because of the new one, and everybody's saying Air Riders. Kirby Air Ride! That's why I'm so confused. Air Ride. Okay, okay. But yeah, I kind of hate that game. Like, but I'm pretty sure, mostly because I have never been able to actually, like, play it for real. Every single instance where I have ever played Kirby Air Ride is, friends who love the game are like, hey, we should play Kirby Air Ride, this fun game that I've been playing non-stop since I was a child. And I'm like, okay. And then they just go, they're like, let's play City Trial. And City Trial, from what I can tell, is a mode where you're supposed to completely memorize absolutely everything. That's the mode. The fun part of the mode is you get to execute all your fun memorization you've been doing over the course of many, many years, and go where all the power-ups you already know exist are, and just pile them on. And so every single time, it's just like, okay, let's go grab all the power-ups that we already know where they are. And meanwhile, I'm just wandering around like, where's the power-ups? And I get like 2 power-ups, whereas like the people I'm playing with have literally like magnitudes more. They've got like 200 power-ups. And I'm just sitting there like, where did you even get those? And then I lose because, I mean, what am I gonna do? Win? And I'm gonna be honest, that seems like the kind of thing that, like, how would that even be fun to begin with? How did anybody get to the point where they're having fun? Is it because they always played with me? They always played with me to have someone who doesn't know the game? So that they could always win? Is that what's going on here? Ooh. Oh! Gamer! Oh, dang. The other one jumping threw me off. Oh, I messed up. I have to be really careful with those floor spikes, by the way, because they can deal way more damage than anything else can. They can actually 2-hit kill me. But yeah, I do anticipate enjoying, like, the single-player modes of Kirby Air Ride. where you, like, actually play the game. But even those, when we play the multiplayer, it's very clear, like, my friends know how to play the game, I don't, and it seems to be an incredibly complicated game. Which is funny, because it's a one-button game, but... No, it is, It's the kind of one-button game where it's incredibly complicated because it is a one-button game. Planning on doing any Kingdom Hearts VG Myths anytime soon? The thing that's sort of just been stopping me is, those are definitely going to be high investment runs. And I need to, like, actually replay through a bunch of days. Because that would be the next one. I need to actually play through it just casually again to refresh my memory before actually doing a level 1 run. I just haven't gotten around to that. High investment game I need to replay, combined with high investment run that it would be. I really need to, though. We're very overdue. I think we can do multiplayer if we do some shenanigans. Well, I wouldn't want to do multiplayer. I'm very much, like, I mean, I would do multiplayer, but I have to be the one doing the multiplayer, otherwise I'm cheating. As in, I would have to be player 1 and player 2. That counts for 100%. Okay, then I'll have to do player 1 and player 2. I have a level 1 Proud run, so it's not that cheating. Well, the problem is that I wouldn't be the one doing it. Like, if other people are doing inputs, that's instantly not my run anymore. But Mario Wonder? That was a very specific concession because it was literally impossible for me to obtain that many copies of the game and also keep my house. Well, not the game. That many Nintendo Switches and keep my house. Can you imagine if it was a Switch 2 game? Oh, come on. You were supposed to jump the other way. Cheater. Honestly, I am hesitating to play a bunch of days level 1 too, because I feel like what's the point if I'm not going to do the Japanese version? And according to Zorin, I'm pretty sure it was you who was telling me this. The Japanese version is non-viable, it's just too hard. Not even hard, it's too grindy. But at the same time, I'm just you say this. You're saying this like, oh yeah, it's a terrible time. You're gonna hate life, and I'm just salivating here. Tell me more about just how incredibly unfun this is. You're really saying that it's going to make me just hate the Kingdom Hearts series and cause irreparable harm to my quality of life? Oh, baby. Honestly, if you do it, I'll just be interested in seeing you figure out recourse. I'm not sure what that means. Is that like therapy? Item management. I love autocorrect. Oh, trust me, I'm gonna have to invest a lot in recourse management. Ooh. Oh! Dang it! Maybe with less mental sanity, but you could do it? What's that? What is mental sanity? Where do I get it? So I know where not to go. Oh, wow! That is why I always do those down attacks when I'm going down there. Oh, dang. I'm definitely doing way better than I was originally in practice. I've really gotten a strat down that's doing better for me. GameCube did the original level 1 challenge. How many other videos of Kingdom Hearts level 1 challenges existed? I'm not sure how many existed of people, like, explaining a level 1 run in a VG Myth style way. As far as just doing runs, I'm sure there were, I mean, I know there were tons of people who would just, like, do live stream a level 1 run and stuff like that. But yeah, even like a VG Myth style video, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody somewhere had made one. But I wouldn't be surprised if it just got way less views than mine did, just by virtue of I had a channel built around that. Shout out to one Japanese dude doing a 2 MP level 1 run without ever changing equipment. 2 things. Number 1, holy crap, wow, good job. 2, why? It's funny that, like, I go out of my way to do all these ridiculous challenges, but then, like, I hear about a ridiculous challenge, and I instantly go, what in the world would ever possess you to go that far? I only go this extra-dimensionally way too much. You're going a little bit further? Are you crazy? Those glitch like that sometimes, don't worry about it. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Oh, dang it. Jumped at just the worst time. Oh, dang it! Oh, really good run, too. Woohoo! Oh, got greedy. But hey, we're doing real good. I'm just gonna clean it out. Let's get that little bit more practice after having reached this point. Oh no, I missed day one? It was mostly technical difficult. Oh, it was mostly technical difficulties, so you missed nothing. And even today, it's still just practice. I feel like this would be more fun if you could lure the slimes into the spikes. That would... You say then that could make the slime split far faster than I would want. No, that'd just be good. Being able to deal damage that extra way would be good, and they'd definitely be stronger than me. Anyway, that run just now, that was definitely the furthest I've ever gotten. So I am getting better at this. And there's a lot more cases of, like, close calls where I save myself. Not trying to insult Game Champ or anything, but am I the only person who has never heard of this game before the VG Myths? I'm not sure how that would be an insult towards me. I have been surprised by how many people are unaware of this game. Like, I did expect that it was more well known. Like, it was in a Humble Bundle and everything, I think. One of the early ones, I'm pretty sure. Am I right about that? But, like, it's definitely not, like... It's not one of the big ones. It's not Hollow Knight. It did not break containment. I didn't want you to think that I was complaining about the game choice. I mean, no way. Don't worry about that. I don't care how well known the game is. I did a Subs the Zombie run. And that was back when my channel wasn't dead. It's funny that this is from the same authors as the game Don't Poop Your Pants. Yep, and in fact, Don't Poop Your Pants is like an optional sub-boss in this game. Rogue Legacy was the first roguelike to popularize long-term character progression. Oh, it was the first. And yeah, I do recall it being like a big deal. Oh, Technab it. That was a total flub. Obviously not the first. Nothing is ever the first, but the first to like popularize it. think there was a number of factors why The Binding of Isaac got so popular. Controversial biblical themes, a lot of YouTubers playing. I do in fact remember the first moment I ever heard of The Binding of Isaac is because of the biblical theming, was because, like, it got denied from being on, like, one of the Nintendo consoles. Like, Nintendo denied it, and this was, like, a news story. And it was because of, like, controversial themes. And I remember just people arguing on message boards about it. And, like... and I distinctly remember, like, one person in that forum topic being like, have you actually seen what's in The Binding of Isaac? It's not just controversial stuff. That's hate speech. So my first impression of The Binding of Isaac was, oh, it's anti-Christian hate speech. When he had a Nintendo denied it, and that's how I played it on the first time. Yeah, I'm not sure if it ever ended up on the console it was denied for at the time. Like, if they changed Mindsies when they were like, wait, money? Or if we had to wait, like, for a different console or what. I played The Binding of Isaac at like 10 because it was violent. The story of many 10-year-olds. Unfortunately, I was a weenie when I was a kid. I had to grow into my love of violence. When I was a kid, I was like, decapitations? Oh, I'm not allowed to see this. This is way above my age bracket. Now I'm just like, holy crap! Decapitation, awesome! Same thing with boobs. When I was a kid, I was like, boobs are bad. They're actually evil, and you'll go to hell. I didn't believe in hell even as a kid, but I still thought you'd go to hell if you looked at boobs. And now I have boobs. This is true, boobs are parkour. Good morning, Lenoximist. How's it going? We were talking about parkour. Oh. I would definitely got careless there. I was getting impatient. Think I'll get around to playing Hollow Knight at some point? Not in a VG Myths way, just play it for fun way. I have been stuck on my casual playthrough for years now. I got right to the end, and then it was just too hard. Genuinely just like, I'm not good enough to 100% complete this video game casually. That's why you're never getting a VG Myths run. It's just too hard. Spoiler warning, in the most minimally spoilery way that I'm going to be able to manage, but spoiler warning for Hollow Knight, just like the content that exists. So I have done absolutely everything on my first playthrough, which, remember, you are required to do 2 playthroughs for true 100% completion. You've got to do a Steel Soul run. But yeah, I got to the very end of my vanilla casual playthrough. I've done literally everything other than finish the Pantheons. And the Pantheons, obviously, I'm going to complete the Pantheons. And for some reason, a lot of people don't recognize this. They're very bad at 100% completing games, I guess. They're very bad at recognizing what is required when you 100% complete games, I guess. In order to 100% complete the Pantheons, you have to do them all with all bindings simultaneously. People are just like, no, you can do them separately. No. If you do them separately, the light is a different color that says that you did it. You have to do them all together for the light to be a different color. Can you really say the game is 100% complete if you haven't made that light be a different color? Fake gamers, all of you. So yeah, I've done, I think it's 2 out of 3 Pantheons. And then I just got stalled on the 3rd one. I've gotten really close to finishing it, but like then I was just like, hey, this is hard. I'll do it tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow. I'm in my 30s. I can't even get mad. You said I warned about spoilers. I'm really mad that I got Pantheon 5 spoiled for me. First, I had the Existence spoiled for me. And I was like, oh, well, that's not so bad. Like, I mean, I expected there'd be a secret 5th Pantheon. That just makes sense structurally. But then people spoiled what it was when I was literally streaming attempts of the prior Pantheons. Could you not have gotten from context clues that I hadn't done all of the Pantheons yet? Ah! Am I weird for quitting Kingdom Hearts after like one world because keyboard and mouse gameplay was just unbearable for me? No, that's completely normal. That game was definitely not designed for keyboard and mouse. You gotta get a controller if you want to play it. You are aware that you can play PC games with a controller, and it is in fact, like, I think even more popular than playing with keyboard and mouse at this point. Right? Because I think it's gotten way less common, but I remember, like, back in the 360 era, that's when using a controller to play PC games was becoming the norm, and much more easier to do. All thanks to X inputs. But I would have to constantly go to people like, oh, I mean, sure, you can get the games cheaper on Steam, but then you have to play keyboard and mouse. So that's why I play on Xbox 360. I just have to be like, you have an Xbox 360 controller. You have a computer that can play the game. You can play it with the controller, and it's identical except better. And cheaper! The 360 controller is so nice for everything that isn't a fighting game. The 360 controller is absolutely horrid. I hate the 360 controller so much. Like, genuinely, like, that's like one of the things. Like, obviously, we already know that, like, the console itself was rushed to market and was knowingly a faulty product. Same is definitely true of the controller, even though it never got any lawsuits about it that I am aware of. Because, like, the analog stick, like, those analog sticks, the 360 analog sticks, they break instantly. Like, friggin', you want to say the Switch Joy-Cons are bad? Switch Joy-Cons are way higher quality than a 360 analog stick. The D-pad is even worse quality. The 360 D-pad, it's broken out of the box. It doesn't function a lot of the time. I'm not exaggerating when I say broken out of the box. Like, a lot of the time, it will shift in, like, its little D-pad slot and literally become impossible to press in a certain direction, and you've got to, like, slide it in the D-pad slot because it doesn't fit properly. It's so bad. I'm excited for the Steam GameCube and what it could mean for normal consoles manufacturers. I mean, I guess I sort of get it. The thing is, like, it's literally just a repackaging of what we've had for years. So why would I get that excited for it? Like, Steam has already had the ability to be installed on your PC and boot directly into Steam when you turn it on. Like, since we got Big Picture Mode. That's what Big Picture Mode was. This has been a thing for, like, over a decade at this point, probably? So this is, like, the most non-news news that has ever been news. They're literally just doing what they already do. That said, it might change everything, because if there's... Are you serious? Are you serious? Rude. That said, this might change everything because the Nintendo Switch changed everything. And the Nintendo Switch, its big gimmick is something that's been done on handhelds since, like, the Game Gear. so what do I know? Not running Windows is pretty cool to me. You can do that! You can already do that! You can already do that with a PC! But yeah, but yeah, summary. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a big thing, because historically it's been shown that if you market a really old thing as new, people will be like, whoa, check out this cool new thing. They're really revolutionizing with this cool new idea. Like, I've even just seeing it, it's so weird. It's so, like, you can't actually be gamers, right? If you, like, look at Xbox Play Anywhere, and everybody's just like, whoa, Xbox is really shifting strategies with this new Play Anywhere campaign. That has been their thing since, like, the Xbox One launched. Like, just slightly after the Xbox One launch was when Play Anywhere started. We're multiple generations removed from the start of this campaign, and everybody's just like, whoa, I don't know if Xbox is gonna be able to survive with this controversial new business strategy. They literally haven't released a single exclusive Xbox game in decades! It's like they weren't even subtle about it. They had whole, like, gigantic, like, press conferences where the theme was Play Anywhere. The whole theme was, whoa, you can play this anywhere? What? That's what we're all about at Xbox. That's what we want you, the consumer, to know, that we're all about at Xbox. We've given up on exclusives. We've given up completely. You're gonna be playing on Xbox anywhere. To be fair, their marketing was really bad. It was really funny, I say this, but then I have to also stress. They, like, I think it was like literally the next year or something, they also did a campaign in a press conference where they were like, at Xbox, we're all about exclusives. And literally every single thing they announced was either a temporary exclusive or also on PC. So it was exclusive with an asterisk in literally every example. What's the point of exclusivity if it's always with an asterisk? And people ate it up! I swear! Nobody noticed but me! Dang it. I messed up my movement. Honestly, this all goes back to when Games for Windows Live was shut down, which it wasn't. It does seem to be the case that, from what I've heard, so I've gotten conflicting reports. Some people have told me Games for Windows Live games, you can't play them online multiplayer anymore. And I've also gotten reports that you can. But as far as just, like, playing them and earning achievements and stuff, I'm pretty sure that's still a thing. Like, that never went away. And even, like, playing multiplayer, it didn't go away immediately. On, like, the date that everybody did Doomsday of Games for Windows Live is gonna be gone forever on this date. It was just, like, the whole of the internet going, like, scaremongering about it. And it just became fact. Xbox Live Arcade, or that weird PC thing they had. Games for Windows Live, the weird PC thing that they had. It was basically Windows Vista, Microsoft releasing games on Vista, and wanting to, like, putting the infrastructure through Xbox Live, which is good, and it's all good, and everybody is all whiners. It was a good thing, 100%, with absolutely no caveats whatsoever, because it meant achievements. You would get achievements in your PC games, and they'd be on, like, your Xbox Live profile, and that's really cool, and that should have been it. All games should be Games for Windows Live games. We should still have Games for Windows Live. I mean, we do. We can still get Xbox achievements on PC now, but they went through a whole different infrastructure, and I think it's not as common to see, like, a game on Steam be a game that you can get Xbox achievements on. Like, you'll only see that if you literally buy it in the Windows Store. Otherwise, it doesn't support Xbox achievements. Or if it's a Microsoft published game. If it's Microsoft published, like Master Chief Collection, then you'll get the Xbox achievements even in the Steam version. But only then. Windows Store. I bought Cuphead in the Windows Store, and I still don't regret it. Because I got Xbox achievements. I'm still sad. I remember it was a thing that Cuphead on Nintendo Switch was going to have achievements. And everybody was like, holy crap, Cuphead's going to have achievements? Whoa, it's really Play Anywhere. It's Play Anywhere now. And then, like, apparently that was just false. And they just took backseased it. And it's just in-game achievements. It's not actually achievements. I don't think we ever got at least I never found out. Does anybody know what happened with that? Was it like they wanted to have Xbox achievements, but then something happened internally where they were like, too much bureaucracy, we can't have achievements? Or was it even the opposite? I wouldn't be surprised if it was the opposite, and the bureaucracy was them saying they'd have achievements. And then meanwhile, the devs were like, what? We're gonna have achievements? What are you talking about? This is news to us. Lying might be the marketing meta. I'm still mad, and I want to rant about it in a video, that, way back when the Wii U was coming out, like, it was a whole thing where, like, I remember distinctly, I can't quote exactly because I'm quoting off of memory, but I believe it was Reggie, said something along the lines of, oh, yeah, the Wii U supports 1080p resolution. So, for the first time ever, you're gonna see Mario in 1080p. Can you guess? Can you guess how many games? Can you guess how many Mario games ran at 1080p on the Wii U? Can you guess? Can you guess? if I remember correctly, when I was looking at like all of the big Wii U games, the only one I found that could arguably be called a Mario game that ran in 1080p was Super Smash Bros. 4. I am working off memory, though. I'd want to double-check this to confirm factually. Please do fact-check me on this. No, so like, hypothetically. Oh, like, yeah, Mario was in 1080p. Mario was in 1080p. Technically. But that was not the implication of the statement, now was it? Unless you want to say, oh, Mario was in 1080p, upscaled, you could set your display settings to 1080p, and then it would upscale the 720p image to 1080p. And if that's what you mean, well, that's also a friggin' lie, because the Wii... You could just run a game on the Wii in 1080p by having your TV upscale it. TVs just do that. In fact, you could do that on the Nintendo Entertainment System. You can just run a Nintendo Entertainment System and just put it straight into your TV, and your TV will upscale it to 1080p. What are we doing here? How is this a buzz that the console does it instead of the TV? I think it's a different type of upscaling. It is not in any way fundamentally different. I assure you. I say this as a complete and total expert in pulling shit out of my ass. But yeah, we have been seeing like basically the same thing with the Switch 2. Like, oh whoa, well check out 4K, check out Mario in 4K. Whoa, get ready for all the incredible Mario 4K experiences on the Nintendo Switch 2. We will probably not get one. Unless is one of the Nintendo Switch 2 editions 4K? Is Mario Party 4K? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, no, that doesn't count. You can't do 4K DLC for a Switch 1 game and count that. No, related to this subject, I hate so much all the discourse and confusion surrounding like Nintendo Switch 2 editions. And it really, what people need to understand, the difference between a Nintendo Switch 2 game and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. A Nintendo Switch 2 game is different from a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. If there is a game on the Nintendo Switch 1, and that same game is on the Nintendo Switch 2 as a Nintendo Switch 2 game, it is not a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. A Nintendo Switch 2 edition is very specifically DLC, and only DLC. It only exists as DLC for a Nintendo Switch 1 game. That is what Nintendo Switch 2 Edition means. It is called Nintendo Switch 2 Edition because you are buying Nintendo Switch 2 DLC for your Nintendo Switch 1 game. And that is it. That is factually how it exists. I've seen people argue, like, no, that's not actually it, because it's got the vibes of a Nintendo Switch 2 game. And that's all it amounts to. It's just a vibes thing. Factually, the way it works, the way you purchase this product, is as DLC for a Nintendo Switch 1 game. Exactly, that's why Switch 2 editions are on Switch 1 carts, because they are Switch 1 games with DLC bundled. There is no difference between buying a Nintendo Switch 2 edition cartridge and buying a Game of the Year edition disc, like you might get on the Xbox 360. Other than the DLC is console locked. You can't play the DLC on the console the game was made for. You can only play it on the super cool new console. It do be red now. You Walter White gif. You got me. Dang it, you got me. I really hope we are done going up res. If in 2033 I'm seeing introducing the Switch 3, you can now play DK Bonanza for the first time in 8K. However, the Switch 1 library not available. Why'd you... I don't understand what you mean by however the Switch 1 library won't be available there. I feel like that's not related. That would suck. I do really hope we have reached the point, finally, where they're going to give up on cutting support for old consoles. Or rather, for old games, and they're just going to continue to exist in the ecosystem. However, I feel like the best case for why that's not going to happen, for why there will always still be, like, cutoffs of old games, is they really love selling those remasters. But at the same time, I feel like it's been proven that, like, as far as, like, the market is concerned, they don't care if they can still get the game on exactly the same console for cheaper, and also it's a better version of the game because the remaster is just a downgrade. It's a downgrade with technically more impressive graphics. I think we've seen, even if you could play the old one, people still just buy the remaster in droves, and they're like, wow, it's so much better because my console runs hotter when it plays it. See, I think maybe that, like, publishers just have learned that, oh, we don't have to worry about competing ourselves by selling a worse version of a game you can just get for cheaper. People just buy it. All they had to do was just stop making good games. And then everybody's just willing to settle for the crap. Even if the good games are still there, but they're old. I'm free from work in 6 minutes. Ooh, congratulations, Zoime! Oh, I forgot to replace my save file. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop developers from delisting older versions of those games. Genuinely, one of like the most messed up practices that publishers do in the business of selling their games. Literally just erasing the better, cheaper version to make room for the slop. Once the game turns 5 years old, it becomes literally unplayable without a shiny new remaster. PS4 games are ancient now! I genuinely have difficulty telling the difference between a PS4 and a PS5 game. Like I look at, like the big name PS5 games and the big name PS4 games, and it's the same picture. The most I really notice is that, like, the frame rate is often more stable. Heck, I'm gonna be honest, I sometimes have difficulty telling the difference between, like, an Xbox 360 game and a PS4 game. I feel like that's harder to justify a 360 and PS5 game. I feel like the like pretty universally I can tell the difference there. But when you get to those edge cases, gosh. And heck, if you include, like, let's go back even more. The Metal Gear Solid games on the PS2? Have you seen those? Those are just Xbox 360 games. Which Xbox 360 games? Hard to tell the difference between PS4 games. Hard to tell the difference between PS5 games. Graphics have just been stagnant since the PS2. Like, have you seen some of those N64 games? Look at Sin and Punishment and tell me it's not a PS2 game. Heck, look at Mischief Makers and tell me it's not a Super Nintendo game. Can you believe game publishers have just been selling the same console for like 50 years? And nobody noticed? And you know, legit, like, actually saying seriously, it does actually amaze me. Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3. Like, how they're on the PS2. Those games look otherworldly. Like, they look a generation ahead. I don't know how they did it. They looked that way even when they came out. I remember distinctly being like, what is this wizardry? How does this game look like this? Honestly, I even got a similar experience playing Phantom Pain. Because, like, I played it on my PC, and it was definitely, like, the most high-tech game that I had played at the point that it came out. And I was just like, how did they get a game to look at this? How is my PC running this? And running it well, even? Can I jump right into Sin and Punishment 1 without any prereqs, or is there some predecessor I'm not aware of? I believe Sin and Punishment is just a game that you can just play it. Like, it's just a... Wait, that's right! Okay, it's complicated. I remember. I can't remember what the order of release was, though. But I remember there is actually some extended media for Sin and Punishment that is actually, like, important. I'm not sure if it's a full novel or, like, a short story. It might be a full novel that is, like, has, like, much of the Sin and Punishment lore in it. I think it was, like, a simultaneous thing where, like, the game and the novel were made simultaneously as, like, a complete package kind of deal. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if the novel's ever been translated. Was it even a novel? Could somebody look that up for me and fact check? Pretty please? I just remember finding out about this and being like, oh wow, it makes so much sense why the game's story doesn't make any sense. There's extended reading material for it. Miss Game Champ, the other day I wanted to play Banjo-Tooie and stop myself because I haven't finished Banjo-Kazooie. You have changed how I view art. Yet another member of the cult. We were just talking about this in the Discord. I created a cult. Someone was talking about how, they were, like, playing vanilla Kingdom Hearts and then Final Mix or something like that. Do you think Dark Sector counts as required reading for Warframe? I don't know the context, but probably because you're asking. A lot of the time, if somebody is asking and it's not a joke question and they're genuinely asking, the answer is yes. Because there is a link there, if they're actually genuinely asking. In which case, if there's a link there, well then yeah, there's a link. Whereas if people are doing joke questions, the answer is... most of the time, no. Sometimes they're like, oh, so are you telling me that I have to read all the James Bond novels before playing Perfect Dark? The answer is genuinely yes. Like, absolutely 100% genuinely no joke. Yes, you have to read all the James Bond novels before playing Perfect Dark. There is a straight line leading there. Oh, dang. The initial idea for Dark Sector had a number of elements that showed up in Warframe when Digital Extremes eventually made Warframe. Was it same devs? That's the most important question. Is it, like, literally the same human beings carrying these ideas forward? Same devs? I would count it. Yeah. In a perfect world, I would actually say not just like release order by series, but release order by developer, and then also including series, of course. Because, you know, not every game in a series has the same devs. It's basically non-canonical? Are you talking about something else? Are you replying to me? You must be new here if you think I care about canon. I mean, I care about canon, in that it is one possible avenue by which it might be important to play a work before another. But it's not the only one. I think it's a very common idea that canon is the only reason why someone might want to experience one work before another. And that is not the case at all for me. It is just one of many potential reasons. I'm not new here. I'm just very forgettable. Aw, no. Don't do that. No, you're wonderful. I remember you. I remember you, Ibnips. Vaguely, but I remember that name. Vaguely. Oh, really? Maybe I'm confusing you for something else if it's that surprising. Last time I was here was like 2 or 3 years ago. Okay, okay, full honesty, I'm probably confusing you for somebody else. It is that kind of name, where like, oh, yes. Ibnibs. Now I'm wondering, who am I thinking of? Because I know there is a specific person who I'm thinking of who has a similar name. Unfortunately, this happens a lot. Full disclosure, unless you like have a personal conversation with me off stream, I am never going to recognize you as a human being. That's just sort of how the streaming atmosphere works. I looked up the sin and punishment thing. Ooh, deets. I want to know the deets. Oh, almost. It came out in the Dengeki Daioh magazine, but so far I can't find, like, any screenshots. Please tell me it's not lost media. Oh no, wouldn't that be even worse if like, we don't even have the thing? No. Not lost media. Thank God. trying to think. I know there's stuff like that, where there is actually lost media related to a work that, like, the work is well known, but the tie-in work is lost media. I feel like I remember thinking about one recently. It came out a year later. Okay, so you've got to play Sin and Punishment, and then a year later read the novel. Okay. Every Square Enix mobile game. Yeah, it's a common scenario. A lot of those are lost media, yeah. Can we talk, too, about how messed up it is that there's, like, so much lost media that's just, like, just in a vault? Like, it's not lost by matter of being lost. Nobody lost it. It's just in a vault. Because the people who have it are just like, I don't feel like going and grabbing it. I find it pretty comforting that it exists and just isn't available. I mean, I guess there's hope that it could become unlost one day, but in a way, I think it's more frustrating than if it really was lost. Ooh, dang it. I'm hearing that Sony might be trying to make Concord into lost media. And that sucks, genuinely. Like, I'd like to try out Concord. I also don't think I care as much as other lost media, but... A year ago, I saw the anime TQ, and I wanted to read the manga, and only Chapter 1 is translated, so I looked for JP scans of the other chapters, and they don't exist online. I've been in that scenario before, yeah. Where I would even settle for the Japanese version of a thing, and I can't even find that. I'm not sure if this is it. Once again, I'm working off of memory, and my memory is bad. But I think that happened with, like, a manga in, like, the Ju-On franchise. I really love the Ju-On franchise, and I want to consume all of it. And I think there is some of the manga is English translated. They never did, like, a full-on manga that, like, actually ran for a time, but just, like, you know, like brief, like, one-shot kind of stuff. But I think there's only some of it, and some of it is just, like, I could not find it for the life of me. I wouldn't be surprised if it's online somewhere, just not on the English internet. And that's the part that I know how to navigate. come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah! All luck, baby. It's funny, sometimes you just spell out the name in katakana on Google and boom, found media. I've definitely, like, that's definitely, like, it happens more and more. Like, even stuff for, like, VG Myths research. I couldn't find it on the English internet, and then I searched Japanese internet, and it's just right there. Japanese YouTube, there's a lot of stuff there that you just gotta be willing to search with Japanese characters, and you will find it. Oh! Dude. Oh, dang. Really good run and then died by awkward. Japanese YouTube knew Toadette was gay back in the 2010s. Oh, I actually found out this reminds me, I found out recently, apparently, so it was a thing in the West. It was also known in the West, but from what I can tell, it was more of a meme for longer in the Japanese Smash community that under Rosalina's skirt is like the universe, because there was just like Sakurai did a tweet of that at one point for like Smash 4, that under Rosalina's skirt is the universe, and that was like a thing. There was a thing in the West, even among English-speaking audiences, but it stayed a meme for a bit longer in Japan. And I know this because I was finding, like, Smash Ultimate era, like, animations and comics and stuff, by complete accident while looking up something else that involved Rosalina. And, like, there's just, like, a whole meme culture thing that happened for a bit about Rosalina's skirt, and I thought it was very funny. Oh, by the way, the origin of that, it is actually true. The universe is canonically under Rosalina's skirt. If you try to look up her skirt in Smash, it has the universe. Miss Gamerchamp, why would someone try that? You'll find out when you're older. Seeing the Japanese names of characters in the Smash video is insane. Did I actually, like, consistently use those names in the actual spoken dialogue? Because I don't actually even remember that. Because I do still casually, like, you know, I call her Rosalina instead of Rosetta, which is evil, and it's a habit I need to get out of. And Isabelle instead of Shizue. But, you know, it does sound like the kind of thing I'd still go out of my way to do for, like, the Smash video. No, just say the Japanese name. Gekkoga! Yeah, whoever that is. Got a nickel for every character I knew that had the universe under their skirt. I'd have 2 nickels. Who's the other one? Is it Peach? Is it because Peach has a black hole? What's the name of the main character in the Pokemon anime? The one that was a kid for 20 years? I don't know. I haven't watched further than the 4Kids dub, so I couldn't say. I haven't watched it for 20 years. And I do know that it's Satoshi, for the record. And the rival is Miyamoto. Oh, dang. Some localizations are weird. I don't know why you'd change Eggman or King Koopa. Those are functional names. Because they don't work off of function so much as well, it's a really complicated issue. Sometimes it's just marketing. They're just like, this will sell better. This will look better on a toy. Stuff like that. Other times it is actually more of a genuine artistic choice. Where they're like, oh well, this name will get across to the audience better who this character is, because obviously people who speak English have never heard of Japan, so they're not going to understand that Japanese names might have meanings. But if you call a guy Gregory, they're going to understand that Gregory is a human being. What's fun is Ape Escape 3, where the characters still have Japanese names in the localization. They just have different Japanese names. More Western-sounding Japanese names, I guess. What do we think of Ace Attorney localization? Very funny, and I understand the appeal. Not my personal thing. One thing I really do want to stress about like localization stuff, because unfortunately, most of the people who agree with me are absolute irrevocable assholes. So I need to make very, very clear. It is very much a personal taste thing. I would never say that you are a bad person for preferring like more what's the word? Uh Translations that take more artistic license. Never in a million years. You do you. But I very much prefer, like, I view it as a translation is an accessibility tool to assist me in experiencing a work that I am unable to because of a failing of mine. And because I view it that way, I want the translation to be as accurate as possible, even if I may not get as much out of it, like, from an emotional storytelling way. Like, hypothetically, maybe if they change if the line is a pun, and they change that pun to a different English pun that I would get, hypothetically, I'll enjoy that line more. I'll get a guffaw out of that line that I wouldn't have with the original Japanese pun. But I don't like that, because I want to experience this work as it was created by its original authors as closely as possible. Not a facsimile of that experience. I want to see the actual work on the page as it exists, with accessibility tools to help me understand it. And I want it to be on me to fully understand it. Like, that's something that I have to go out of my way for. I prefer it that way. So yeah, long story short, I prefer a accurate translation as an accessibility tool, more so than a translation that gets the vibe across without being accurate. And I do not in any way judge someone who prefers otherwise. And I completely understand why otherwise is usually the approach taken in localization. Ghost Story's localization made it what it is. Without it, no one would know or care. Yeah, I think that's actually the one big example where I'm like, yeah, no, dub's better. I haven't seen the original, but can you imagine a world where the original is better? I feel like there's a line to straddle between translation and localization. Take the term horseplay versus pony play. One is a person being silly, the other is fetish play. Sometimes even if a translation would be more accurate as one, it needs to be changed to be properly understood. It's even like, to be clear, even what I'm saying, oh, I prefer a more accurate translation. There's no such thing as 100% accuracy. I do not believe that myth, which is a myth that definitely people who agree with me believe that particular thing that I disagree with. Like, you can't 100% translate something. That's why I've made an effort to learn at least some Japanese. I have noticed even, like, I'll be reading an accurate translation of a Japanese line that is basically accurate and thinking, this was a terrible translation choice. Because the impression they're giving off with the line is not correct. I've seen things like they did punctuation in a different way than I would have preferred to make the line more accurate. There's an example like I think of in Metroid Fusion. So minor spoilers for Metroid Fusion. Honestly, it's major spoilers. Spoilers for Metroid Fusion. There's a point where you're having an argument with your AI commander pal. And then a really big deal, Samus is like, screw you. I'm not listening to your orders, stupid AI commander. And so then Samus ends like the voice call with the robot, which happens a million times throughout the game. And then when you, like, the way it works is you walk into a navigation room and the doors are locked until you talk to your AI companion. And then they unlock after you've talked to them. Same thing happens here, but Samus ends the call and the doors are still locked. And you literally have to go back to the panel to talk to the AI companion, where Samus, like, actually aggressively confronts the commander, saying, open the hatch. But here's the thing of contention. It's like I think my favorite line in the game, Samus literally just saying, open the hatch. Because that's like the point. That's like the point where the game's plot happens, where the conflict between the two characters happens. This one scene. And in the Japanese version, Samus says, open the hatch. My interpretation of that line is it's like, open the hatch with a period. She's giving a command. Very sternly, with a period, calmly, in a way that says, do it or fucking else. In the English version, you know how they translate that line? They translate it as, open the hatch! With an exclamation mark. With an exclamation mark! Now, Samus is not as threatening. She is a little bit threatening, I'd say, but not as threatening as the Japanese version. Now, she's more desperate to get out of the room. That is the overpowering impression I get from open the hatch with an exclamation mark. What she wants is to proactively get out of the room. She's panicking. It completely changes the entire scene because of a friggin' punctuation mark. But the thing is, it's not an invalid way to translate that line, and potentially, depending on how you read it, even accurate. Like, it's very much, like, up to my perspective of the Japanese line, why I think that's a bad translation. And my perspective is not necessarily correct. And even my interpretation of the English line is not necessarily correct. Because somebody might read the version with the exclamation and get the vibe that I got from the Japanese line. So this stuff's hard. Yeah, that stuff's really cool, and that's why I try to, even if a game got an English translation, I still try to play the Japanese version. Because I'm at the point where I can do that with a lot of effort and help from the internet. And sure, it takes me like 10 times as long, literally, to get through every cutscene, maybe longer. But I get so much out of it. I get more understanding of the work that way. Oh, I thought I'd kill him with that hit. I'm going to take a momentary water and bathroom break. Remember to hydrate and dehydrate, everybody. Say hi to Han. He's a wonderful boy. Sit in my lap, pretty please. Alright, not this morning. Han's a wonderful boy, is the thing. Give me a second. I'm gonna turn up the temp in here too. So we were talking about boobs earlier, and, gosh, running up the stairs is so affirming now. Yeah, it's been getting cold. And hot at the same time. It's very fun weather. I love this apocalypse. Alright, I'm gonna have to permaban you for describing what I was talking about. That's too much for me. Dang, didn't expect it to jump so fast. I can't wait till I can breast Boobily. It's an incredible experience. Can you give me advice for Ape Escape 2 Monkey Soccer? Ooh, I love Monkey Soccer. No, it's been a while, so it's difficult for me to, like, remember precisely. But from what I recall, my strat in Monkey Soccer was I would get goals from, like I would do, like, lob shots. From what I remember, like, you'd have to get closer to land a lob shot in the goal with the standard ball than you would with the bouncy ball. And the bouncy ball was really good for lob shots. I remember this. So yeah, like the bouncy lob shots, try and do those. If you get good at those, you can just get the ball to land in the net, and like they can't do anything about it. From what I remember. And once you get good at that, you don't need to get good at anything else. Breast Boobily was not something I ever expected to hear. Oh, I'm not sure if you're aware, but it's a meme. There was some random thing somewhere where someone was describing how men write women. And in general, they breast Boobily. When playing through a series, if a game without voice acting gets a later release with voice acting, do you play both versions? Yes. I know there's an example that I was actually planning on playing soon. That is a genuine example where it got voice acting. Oh, that's right. Maybe not the best idea to discuss it in full, because it is literally a hentai game. I just realized, oh yes, that one that got voice acting later is a hentai game. But yes, there are games where like, oh, I'd want to play the original without the voice acting first. Because of course, you know, the voice acting, that changes the vibes, and the vibes are really important to me. Not like to get good vibes, but to get like accurate to the original experience vibes. Does it have Monster Girls, or we're not getting into the hentai discussion today? Sorry. Oh, wait, people are talking about 999? Yeah, you've got to play the DS version for that. Like, seriously? Like, that's one of the games where, like, it cannot be ported to a console that does not have two screens. Period. You cannot do that and have it actually be the same story. It's unportable. Like, it's super duper important. And to say why is a major spoiler. So, can't go into any more detail, but it's, like, seriously legit. Like, they tried even with the remaster to port the story, and it doesn't work. But it's on the DS. The entire game is portable. Exactly! That's the thing! It's only portable on the DS! It's not portable anymore on the PC. Wait. I guess it depends on which PC you have. Are there achievements for it? Yep, there are achievements for 999. And because it's a visual novel, where like it plays just fine with the mouse. Like, there's very minimal actual stuff you have to do with the touchscreen even. Like, honestly, like, DS visual novels often, like, they are right at home on PC. That's basically what a visual novel is, isn't it? They're just porting it to be a standard visual novel. So, like, Tui? Yeah, I would say that, that 999 is in a similar situation as Tui. Not identical. But where, like, it would be outlandishly difficult to accurately port it. But the thing with Tui is, like, you know, it's much more of a gameplay thing. I feel like it doesn't work its way into the plot as much, other than by virtue of what the gameplay is speaking to the narrative. With 999, it goes deeper than that. Like, it's a very narrative thing. And since it's a visual novel, the narrative is really important. I've been wondering if Tui would be fun with mouse. You are definitely going to have to figure out a good custom setup to play Tui on PC. Like, that's definitely a thing. And honestly, just try and figure out a custom setup. Like, try not to settle. Figure out something that really actually works. Because Tui deserves it. But I know there are ways you could get something that works. Keep hearing Tui is Tui, and I'm like, you don't need a mouse for the Kazooie sections? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of fun talking, but this stream is work. I need to pay attention to the game. I'm sorry. I've been having too much fun talking to chat. I've really got to focus. Oh. Turns out focusing doesn't help. Blader, by the way, is 999 with voice acting, can only be played after playing through the entire trilogy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, definitely, like, go in release order. I won't spoil why, but I know why. It's because they get an actor to reprise their role. I don't, like, to be clear, I don't know that. It's just really easy to guess. Yeah, I get it. Dr. Serial Killer was actually the main character of the first game, and you know instantly because they have the same voice actor. Wait till I tell you. Wait till I tell you Dr. Serial Killer's other dark secret. It's gonna be a shock. Is he a doctor who is a serial killer, or a doctor for serial killers? He's just what do you mean? He's Dr. Serial Killer. That's racial profiling. That's messed up. Holy crap. Kind of like a reverse Dexter. I only rescue people who don't deserve it. To satisfy my dark nurse. My light driver. I'm so glad we're actually getting new Dexter, and the new Dexter is good. Can you imagine? Can you imagine actually getting good new Dexter? I live in this reality. Not to brag. New Dexter? Yeah, there was, I think it was called New Blood? A few years back. And then they did a prequel series, much more recently. Which even the prequel series, Original Sin, that's what the prequel series is called. Even the prequel series, I was really surprised. I was prepared. There's no way. The idea is stupid scraping the bottom of the barrel. There's no way this can be good. They made it good. They're really doing the impossible here. Yeah, I know there are people who don't like New Blood as much. But for me personally, I think New Blood is the best season of the show. I love New Blood. Miss Game Champ, have you ever seen Columbo? No, but I've seen the memes. I've already seen every episode, from what I can tell. New Blood was the first sequel, and was fine. Original Sin was fun. Wish it could have gone on. Resurrection was really... Wait, what? Resurrection was really good? Wait! Is there more Dexter out right now that I didn't know it came out? Wait, go back? I've been waiting patiently. Did it just come out? Am I just out of the loop? Resurrection came out earlier this year and follows after New Blood. Oh, dang it! Dang it! No spoilers! No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. I knew about it, I just didn't know it came out. I've just been waiting for it. I'm not plugged into TV news. Cancel stream, watch Dexter. I can't do it immediately. As much as I'm like, holy crap, drop everything, watch Dexter. I'm in the middle of the Purge TV series. I started that and I'm like halfway through it. And I'm really enjoying that. So not immediately. I think I just want to finish the whole Purge franchise first. You know, finish what I'm in the middle of. Usually what I do is each day at most I will watch one episode of it. Or one movie if I'm feeling for the long haul. So it does take me a while to get through stuff, because I don't even do it every day. But for me, I actually have difficulty paying attention to stuff for longer than 1 or 2 episodes. And also I feel like it helps me, having that distance just makes things, feel bigger and more impactful. Each individual episode stands on its own more. Okay, I got distracted again, but I gotta focus because this is a pretty good run. I'm making the vow not to look at the chat. Don't disappoint me, chat. Oh, God! Oh, dang it. Ooh. Okay, I'm just gonna finish it out for the practice, but this run would be dead in a real run. Oh! Well, okay. Clearly, I am better at this than it seems, because when I did try and pay attention more, things went better. All thanks to Dexter. I've really got to get around to reading the Dexter books. It's messed up that I haven't, obviously, because the books came first, but... Like, I do like Dexter enough, and it is usually the case that if something's based on a book, the book is better. And I can see Dexter working really well as a book. I unfortunately have had a lot of spoilers from the books, because they just have a completely different canon that apparently goes very different. Dang it. Could you not? Could you not? Pretty sure they have they all have audiobooks narrated by Jeff Lindsay, the author. I am willing to go for audiobooks for books that I care less about. Like, I've been listening to the audiobooks for, like, the Halo novels. Because, I mean, they're video game adaptations. Like, I don't think they're particularly high art, you know. But I think I care more about Dexter to actually read the books. Also, I got some yogurt earlier. I'm gonna eat the yogurt now. Are we allowed to talk between runs? Oh, absolutely. It's my time to dip for now. It was fun to yap in here and distract you for a bit. No, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Have a nice day, heart emojis. No, it's Lennox MST. Heart emojis, Lennox MST. I gotta remember to say people's names more, because that'll help me, differentiate between people. I read a couple of Halo books when I was younger. The adaptations 1 through 3, plus Fall of Reach and Contact Harvest. I think Contact Harvest might be the one I'm on right now. No, I think. Let me look it up. Yeah. I was confused because you left out Ghosts of Onyx. Which that was the one that came between First Strike and Contact Harvest. And I think First Strike is the Reach one. Wait, what? Oh wait, okay. Fall of Reach was the very first one. Then they did the adaptation of Halo. And there was First Strike and Ghosts of Onyx. And then Contact Harvest is the one I'm on, and it sort of stalled for a couple years because stuff happened. And I got out of my habit of exercising regularly. And that's when I would listen to the audiobooks, was on the treadmill. And because I got out of the habit of being on the treadmill, I got out of the habit of listening to the books. And so I left in the middle of Contact Harvest. I should probably just restart it from the beginning. And get back on the treadmill. Unfortunate thing is, though, I was having issues. I have difficulty. It happens with reading books. It happens sometimes even just watching stuff. I have issues just sort of cementing information in my head. When it comes to fiction, I have it a lot more with audiobooks, I feel like. Where, like, I fail to pin down the information to my memory. I sort of zone out. Like, I'll hear the words, but they just go past my brain. It's hard to describe. And it happens a lot with audiobooks, which is a shame because it happens a lot with reading the physical book too. Audiobooks are easier to listen to while doing something else. And for the record, no, it doesn't help much to just only focus on it compared to like just not doing it with something else. I still end up having that issue. I feel like it didn't happen as much when I was younger. I don't know. I guess my brain deteriorated. Yogurt. Audiobooks are generally made or broken by who is reading. Sir Ian McKellen is undefeated and undisputed for audiobooks. Is that... Yeah, I don't know who that is. Whoever that is, I believe you. They've got to be bomb. It's Magneto and Gandalf Hmm. I know Rebecca was actually listening to the Lord of the Rings audiobooks, and the specific audiobook that she was listening to, because of course there's like a million of them. They couldn't do it just once. The audiobook she's listening to has like one of the actors from the from like the movies that everybody associates with Lord of the Rings doing it, and she was like saying, "Oh, it's really really good." The guy doing the audiobook. Oh, the game didn't open because there's a cloud. There's a cloud conflict. Okay. Because I'm constantly overwriting my save file, Steam goes, "Well, that file isn't the same one as on the Steam cloud. You're doing some sort of gamer thing, aren't you?" I'm so disappointed with the actors that have signed on to the Harry Potter audiobooks and HBO series. Do you mean, gosh, they're not giving their all in these performances? Or, gosh, they don't have scruples, do they? For signing up to do it, yeah. I gotta say, it's a weird experience, like, actually, like, being of the minority group in question when one of these things comes along, and seeing just, like, people who are hypothetically supportive, and just being like, well, there is a shiny thing that denies your humanity. And it's really shiny. Fuck your human rights for a little bit. Nice to know how it feels. I remember too, like, one thing that really got to me, I even made a tweet about it, but unfortunately I didn't properly explain myself. Like, everybody was making a big deal. Whoa, but Hogwarts Legacy! Finally! A video game in the Harry Potter series! And they're like, no, but you see, it's been a dream ever since I was a kid. I've wanted to play a video game in the Harry Potter series. And like... Does the first one that you heard of? You didn't notice that there were others? Like, come on. Haha! Gamer gamer! They wanted a more open world self-insert type game. No. You see, the other ones were turn-based role-playing games, and I've really been waiting for an action RPG specifically. No. You see, the other ones were simulation strategy. I want a strategic simulator. It's not the same. It's been a childhood dream. One of these days, though, like, legit, I do want to play the whole Harry Potter game series. Like, I gotta get to around to it eventually. Like, that has been a thing I wanted to do. Without providing money to, I'm trying to think, how do I put this politely, while also being as dehumanizing as possible? Yeah, I see. I will, of course, not give any money to the entity when I play through every single Harry Potter game, but I do want to do it. Mostly, 99% of the reason that I want to play through the whole series is just because the Deathly Hallows video game adaptations are cover-based third-person shooters. And that is so funny that at that point in industry history, they were, like, so devoid of ideas in the game industry that they adapted Harry Potter as a cover-based third-person shooter. Legit, it's just Gears of War. They just made the spells like all the staple guns. You have a pistol spell. You have a sniper spell. You have a shotgun spell. It's so funny. I'm actually curious how Game Pass works with that. Does playing a game on there give money? It's hard to say, but that's very much sort of a scenario where either way, you're supporting it, because if more people play it through Game Pass, you know they're spying on you with that. You know they're jotting those numbers down. So the more people play a game on Game Pass, the more valuable that thing is. Like, they can say, hey, look at how many people played it on Game Pass. You're gonna need to give us a lot more money if you want to keep it on the platform. That becomes a very direct bargaining chip, even in the least money-changing hands scenario. Honestly, in general, the thing that really gets to me is just, like, It's kind of messed up that you don't feel uncomfortable playing this game. I think you should. Like, even separate from the whole money thing. Like, friggin', like... You buy a candy bar, and you're supporting, like, the greatest human crimes that are going on in the world right now? Like, no ethical consumption, etc. The thing is more that this specific purchase, you are much more aware of the harm. And this is like... What art? It's art. That's the big thing. This is art. Art is a conversation between the audience and the creator. So what you're telling me is you're having a lot of fun in this conversation with J.K. Rowling. I'm sorry, the entity. And that to me is like, you enjoy your conversations with the entity. That's the thing that makes me, like, think twice. Okay, this is still way too early in the fight, but I stopped being comfortable with Harry Potter as a teenager. My first watching the movies, years after reading the books, made me realize a lot of things my brain didn't pick up as a kid. Yeah, there's definitely some politics in there. There's definitely some things. I distinctly remember, even as a kid, I was like, am I racist for thinking this is racist? Is this actually normal and innocent and I'm just overthinking it? I do want to say, though, I know this isn't what you were getting at, but I do want to say it's just like a related thing that came to my head. I feel like people do, like, sort of... They overstretch the mark of, like, oh, and it wasn't even good writing to begin with. Oh, J.K. Rowling's such a terrible writer. Harry Potter is actually just objectively bad. It's just such flawed writing. And, like, hold on. People like it. You can't just, like, write on a map after the fact and be like, see, it's flawed, so people actually don't like it. Like, that is just, like, silly and not how art works. Clearly, it resonated with people. It resonated with me. I don't think it is, quote-unquote, bad writing. I think that is a completely nonsense way to even think about writing in the first place. This is all Red Letter Media's fault, honestly. You may not have noticed, but your brain did. Which, by the way, to be clear, I'm not throwing shade at Red Letter Media directly. Like, no, those are fun, great videos. They just, they gave the world something it should not have gotten. Gamer! close! I was in the middle of doing my down stab. Like, I just didn't... It was just slightly too late to actually hit him. It's okay, we still got one more hit.
I just remembered I have magic.
Oh! Dang it! Dang! Oh, so close! So close! You know what? In an actual run, I'd probably just keep going at this point. I'd be like, screw it, I'm risking it. We're so close, and this is so hard. And I'm at the point where, like, that can't happen again. They can't surprise me like that again. They're all small slimes. That's all that's left. Literally at the moment that they're all small slimes is when everything went to heck. So close, though. So close. And remember, I do have that extra ring that revives me on death. In an actual run, I might just go like, well, we're so close. We're so close, just do it. But that ring is a random drop, so we can't, like, guarantee that we get it, is the problem. And there it's done. Oh, hey, I got a health up. Okay, so now we go to fight the final boss. For that, wouldn't a revive item be against the spirit of the challenge? No, because you don't die. You death defy. No, of course not. That is an item you use to survive a hit that otherwise would be fatal. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna grind back up to full health now so I can make the practice save file for the final boss. So now you can get the vibes for, like, every single attempt of that slime boss that I did today. How much time would it take to prep for that one attempt? Whoops, wrong one. That'd be bad. I keep doing that because I'm so used to the button input to go to the boss room. Because the boss room is one press to the left. The one that I want to go to is one press to the right. Technically they're both boss rooms, but one is, you know, the Herodotus boss room. This one's the Kidder boss room. yeah, no, the whole idea of like, oh, you can't revive from death. That does not go against the spirit of the run in any way. The only way that even works is if you're trying to be really semanticsy, which, like, I don't. As much as people seem to think, I don't work that way. Will my comment be included and insulted in the video? No, I'm sorry. This stream I'm not even, like, actually recording in any capacity. I mean, I guess technically it'll be archived, but it's not gonna be... It's not gonna be footage that I care about for actually, making the video. Because this is still practice. I just got a really stupid idea, and I'm curious if this will work. Notice! So you go in here. This is actually the tutorial area that, like, the game starts with. So, you know, they're doing a whole thing where, like, you see in the tutorial, it was actually... Your character was going up through here to the very end of the game. Aha. But notice there's a lot of breakable stuff in here. Much faster for breaking stuff than that other room. Whoops, I don't feel like going over there. Let's see what happens. Yes! Yes! This run just got 50 times easier. If I need to refill to full health, I can do it so much faster for final boss attempts. Wait, never mind. It only works once. Because once you reach the boss, once you actually reach the final boss, then it skips this section. If you go back to title screen and go through that door, it skips this entire room and just goes straight to the boss room. Dang it. Well, it helps for the very first attempt of the final boss, I guess. Pronunciation of archive has bugged me for a while. Not at this point, it has grown on me. That's legit one where it's just like, I'm not even doing a bit. People think I'm doing a bit. The whole me mispronouncing things bit started because people kept saying, like, why are you saying it like that? And I was just like, that's just how it's pronounced. What do you do? That's just how I pronounce it. Oh my god, stop being weird about it. And so I just sort of like went, you know what? I guess I'm just mispronouncing everything. It's not completely true. I'm pretty sure there are some words where I just, you know, pronounce them in a weird way for some specific fun reason. But now it's definitely much more of a thing. And it's all your fault. I heard someone called Godo Joe Dot. And I'm scared to ask if it's on purpose. Joe Dot. I did play through that game originally casually, pronouncing it as Godot in my head.
It wasn't until later, watching like YouTube essays, where someone was like, and anyway, now let's talk about the incredibly sophisticated play, waiting for Gogo. I was just like, oh, it's a sophisticated name? Whoops. I forgot to raise my pinky while I was saying Godot. Waiting for Joe Dot. I cannot get the way you said Hercules in the Kingdom Hearts play order vid out of my head. That's one of my... That was like legit when I released it, one of the gags that I would just really loved. Like really starting the video off strong. I love that video so much. That's like legit. I go back and rewatch the Kingdom Hearts play order video every once in a while. It's weird because it's not the kind of video that you'd think would have any kind of longevity, because it's just a play order. Like, just write down the order and you're good. But it's just, I love that video so much. I'm really sad though, because people like, I see people talking about it and they're like, oh, it's a joke. It's a joke video. It's clearly not serious. She doesn't actually think that you should play the games in this order. And like, who are you? Who are you saying these things about me? Excuse me? You don't actually have to play the games in this actual true play order? Look, the play order, it's funny. It's really funny. But I went very clearly out of my way to say directly in the video that it is not a joke. That's the conclusion. Were you watching? How can anybody even watch the end of that video and think, oh, this video must be a joke? Like, I say it explicitly, I say it out loud. And I explain. Same with the Metal Gear Solid 2 video. They're actually really thought-provoking essays. Oh, thank you. The Metal Gear one I think gets less attention, but yeah, I do love the Metal Gear video. And like, I think until the Kingdom Hearts video, the Metal Gear video was like my favorite one that I made. But now I like the Kingdom Hearts one more, because that's like the Kingdom Hearts one is speaking directly to my core as an incredibly unforgivably nerdy girl. Metal Gear's more just like, oh hey, here's this cool thing. I thought the Metal Gear video came out after the Kingdom Hearts? Nope. I even mentioned the Metal Gear video in the Kingdom Hearts one. Okay, I finally got around to actually making this backup. Speaking of your play order, are you going to play Twooey as part of your Kingdom Hearts Challenge run series? You're right, I should. That's the thing. I've got to really play into it. I've really got to actually do it. If I'm really honest with myself, I've got to. The issue is a level 1 run of Twooey isn't as much of a thing that you can translate, and figuring out a good run for Twooey, I think is going to be way harder. Because Twooey just has level 1 built in as like a thing that you have to do for 100% completion. Like it's a tick mark on every enemy in the game. Did you beat this at level 1? And it's much more of like a collectible. It's very different from how Kingdom Hearts does levels. Because it's an optional thing. You set your level. The one thing that I can think that would be really interesting, I think, just off the top of my head, would be, can you beat Twiwi as partners only? I don't know how to phrase it exactly to have a snappy title. I'd have to put that through some thoughts, but to beat the game only playing with the partner, Neku is not allowed to act. So the thing is, I feel like that's not going to be possible without Neku dodging. Like, Neku has to do some dodges at minimum. And if Neku is allowed to dodge, I feel like the challenge would be too easy. So that's the thing. It's the difference between, well, for this run to be really actually cool, it is impossible. But I feel like it's the most natural run for Twiwi. It's a game about playing two games at the same time. What if you only played one? I guess, hypothetically, what if a Neku only run? Could that be interesting? You're not allowed to have your partner character do anything. Yeah, it's the port. The port removes the partner entirely, meaning your partner can't take damage. You share the same health bar, remember? So the port, like, that it doesn't even, it's not even the same ballpark. I mean, I think you're probably just joking, but to take it too seriously, genuinely, like, that wouldn't work in the port because the challenge wouldn't be there. You know what? Maybe, I think I might look into that later. Just a Neku only run where I have to have the partner set to full manual. And just see, like, how interesting could that be? Having, like, essentially a time limit in the form of your partner's health bar. Well, not your partner's health bar, just in the form of your partner's taking damage on your behalf. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien himself said cellar door was the most beautiful thing in the English language. He's a hack. I'm coming out right now. Controversial statement. I know nobody's gonna agree with this, but I have to say, I think there's more beautiful turns of phrase than cellar door. I'm sorry. I did not care for the cellar door. Okay, I can survive one hit from, like, his daggers. That's something I really got to make sure I test. Like, so he's doing 89 contact damage. I've really only got to worry about his true form. Oh, dagnabbit. Even if you don't consider a level 1 run to be a challenge good enough for a video, consider this. More people will look at Twiwi if you show it off. Oh yeah. That'll be a thing. And especially if I do a video where it's like, Twiwi,
The World Ends With You is a video game about playing 2 video games at the same time. There's gonna be a decent number of people still to this day who just do not know. They're just gonna be like, wait, what? Wait, I played through this entire game. 100% completed. And you're telling me there was another video game in it that they didn't port? That was half of the game? Oof. My map button wasn't working. Wait, I can't pull up the map in this room, can I? I can only pause, not map. Okay. So it says his strength is 90. I think I got 1 defense up, and so he does 89 damage. I think that's how this works. So defense ups are pretty crap, and I want HP ups. HP ups are just objectively better in this run. It's probably worth a try to make a backup save after I've gotten to the boss room and see if it works. I'm not sure if skipping this room always happens after you've gotten to the boss, or if it's only for the final form of the boss. I'm hoping, I can't remember if it's the case or not, that the final boss, it remembers you getting to the final form, so you don't have to fight in first form again. Okay, yep, the tutorial area no longer exists anymore. So in real runs, I will have to farm for HP the old-fashioned way. Oh my god. Oh my god, could you not? Ah. Oh my god! At least it speeds up practice runs, but at what cost? I really hope it remembers finishing the first phase.
Because that'll make this significantly less of an ordeal. Those axes are harder to dodge than I expected. At least you can juggle him. Yeah, it looks like I can deal decent enough damage to him that it doesn't look like this will be that much of a endurance, at least for this phase. And he feels very learned. Oh god, is it? It's only 6:30, thank god. I was looking at the time and I was like, oh god, is it? Wait, did I do my Peak Street game for today on Retro Achievements? Just double checking. I'm pretty sure I did. I know I did. It was the arcade Picross game last night. Just to make super duper certain. Okay. November 17th I mastered that. Today is November 17th. Okay, I did master my Peak Street game for today. Yeah. I'm probably going to end the stream soon. I get to be happy that I was productive today. Ooh, I've been dropping a lot of frames. That's not good. Okay, I think it's... He always dashes away if he collides with the wall. That's what's going on there. So I should not try to combo him on the wall. He's definitely got some retaliation going on, where he'll immediately do something sometimes when I attack. I can use that. Jesus! Whoops, I think I forgot to actually replace the save. There we go. So getting like past him is going to be like the real big hard sticking point here. Consistently getting around him. Because if I try it, at any point he could just jump up into me.
Like that! Even thought I could down stab him, it didn't work. Can you bounce on the sword like Shovel Knight? No, but you can bounce on other stuff like Shovel Knight. No, this game doesn't really seem like it expects you to be at level 0. It doesn't. I'm supposed to have like a double jump and multiple dashes, potentially multiple double jumps. With a certain character build, I might be able to fly. Also, my stats are supposed to be better. Could you jump? Oh my god, dang it. Dude! Dude! Have you thrown enough axes yet? Have you placed enough swords yet? It fascinated me in your Kingdom Hearts 1 video when you revealed that the game actually expects you to be underlevel and makes the game for little babies. Yes, I mean, EXP 0 they put in the game on purpose, so it makes sense. They balanced it on purpose. Oh, whoops. Wait, what? Wait, how am I back here? Did I just? This makes the run so much easier. I think I just found a strat. Oh snap. Oh snap. Oh snap. Okay, okay. I gotta test this. I gotta test this. This is so cool. This is so cool tech. Yeah, it takes me to the boss room. Now let's go back and try it again. Once again, a fresh save file. Or fresh version of my backup file, rather. Exclamation pronouns? She, her. Pretty please. And I know, they're very surprising pronouns. Yes! Okay, so it only remembers that we've gone through the tutorial area if we go immediately to the boss. If we teleport away first, then the tutorial area appears again. That is so good and convenient. That means that I can get back to full health way, way easier when I'm actually going for final boss runs. Cool. Because you saw how quickly I was able to get to full health in that hallway. It's way faster than with the other than with the other room. Okay, note to self, don't smack him into the wall. He doesn't take to it very well. Now you jump. Ooh. The one thing I worry about is, wait, what if it normally remembers that I got to the second phase of the boss? But if I do the teleport away trick, then it doesn't. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? What's the origin of the Xbox pronouns thing? I've heard that multiple times over the past few days. I'd assume it's the Uno video, but with pronouns? You say the Uno video as if like, ah, yes, the Uno video. That one timeless art. No, legit, what do you mean by the Uno video? You can't just say, ah, yes, the Uno video. It is truly amazing that we live in a world that has been blessed with the Uno. Oh no, the chat broke. Crap, the chat broke. Dang it, that's why I'm not getting new messages. I can see it working on screen, but it's not working in my chat thingy. Dagnabbit. Chat. Hopefully it'll work just by rebooting it. Uno broke the chat. There's an Evangelion meme where Asuka and Rei argue over Rei saying she doesn't have Uno on her Xbox. Okay. How in the world was I going to guess all of that from the Uno video? I assume they're arguing in the elevator. Please tell me they're arguing in the elevator. I thought it was a pretty known video. Oh, I'm sorry to say I have yet to see every single video on the internet ever made. I've barely seen a fraction of the popular videos. It was on Modern Warfare 3 originally. So it was like some random quote from like some gamers TM. So it was from a Modern Warfare 3 clip compilation. Why weren't they playing Uno? Why were they playing Modern Warfare 3? That's messed up. Or is this just in Modern Warfare 3? There's just a scene in Modern Warfare 3 where Ray and Asuka are like, "Hey, what about do you got an Uno on your Xbox?" I haven't played Modern Warfare 2 yet. I haven't even played Call of Duty 2 yet. I'm a little behind. I played Call of Duty 1. Okay, so in an Xbox Live Party chat, they wanted to play Uno for a video, and someone said they didn't have Uno because one of them was insisting they did not have Uno. Also, that's definitely not true. It's definitely not true that it comes free with your Xbox, because I didn't have Uno until I purchased it. I explicitly remember purchasing Uno. Or maybe, okay, thinking generously, maybe it was free and you had to download it, but it was never on my Xbox until I downloaded it. It was on my Xbox after that. So I did learn from that one speedrunner that there is a strat. If you're about to get hit, pause and quit out. Which for him was like, oh, that means I get another attempt in this run. For me, it means, oh, I get another attempt of like forever. Because I don't like, it's way faster to get an attempt. Because I don't have to heal. What's Hexic HD? From the creator of Tetris or something. It was a game about octagons or whatever. You gotta like arrange them into flower shapes. I still never 100%ed it. It's really hard to 100%. And it bothers me because, you know, it came free on everybody's Xbox. I'm such a fake gamer, I can't even 100% complete the casual game that they give for free to the casual gamers. Could you really not do that? Hexic HD is about hexagons. I'm sorry, but I am morally opposed to hexagons. I don't believe in witchcraft.
it's too closely linked to the entity. Well, I don't have Exec HD. But it comes free with your Xbox. So what's the challenge? Here I am, gaming over a hot computer all day. And you come in here like, what's the challenge? I think it's hard. I'm joking. It's Rogue Legacy 1 Life Run. It's hard. I don't have good stats, which you get by dying. This is the final boss. It's the strat! I successfully did the strat! Haha! I was about to get hit, so I paused. Now I could just retry immediately. Sad thing is, maybe I might not have gotten hit there. There's a chance I'd fall past the axe. But, like, gosh, it was so close. Oh, that's the challenge. I did not know. You get stats by dying. Yeah, it is a roguelite. But, oh yeah, Slip's explaining it. So yeah, it's one of them roguelites that helped popularize the genre. Where you are not expected to beat the game first try. It's incredibly, ludicrously, unfeasibly difficult to do that. You're supposed to die over and over and over. And buy so many upgrades that the game becomes absolute laughably baby easy. Hypothetically, you push yourself only to the point where you can just barely beat the game without actually getting all the upgrades. But depending on how good you are at the game, maybe you just get all the upgrades and it becomes baby easy. It's Mass Effect 3. You have Uno. Oh, not Modern Warfare 3. Mass Effect 3. Well, I can't watch it. I haven't played Mass Effect 3 yet. And I know everybody always spoils Mass Effect 3. I have amazingly avoided all spoilers for Mass Effect 3, despite how Mass Effect 3's ending was like some big, gigantic gamer controversy. The only way I think I might know what happens in Mass Effect 3's ending. Because in a video about gamer rage, they played a clip without explaining what it was from some YouTuber where they were complaining about something. And I got the vibes that they were talking about Mass Effect 3's ending. But they didn't say the name of the game, so I don't know for certain. It could be they were talking about a completely different game. It's just putting two and two together of endings that made gamers mad. I thought Andromeda had the controversial ending. No, Andromeda had the controversial everything. No, nobody just cared. Nobody even really cared about Andromeda was the thing. Like, barely anybody cared about it because the trilogy was already over. And it was just a terrible, terrible game. Mass Effect 3's ending without spoiling was so controversial they legit had to redo it. I wonder about that. Are you certain the DLC wasn't planned from the beginning? Because I remember the time scale on that being like really close to the game's release. Like it was a case of the DLC is the ending, and the base game is the prologue. That was the vibe I got. But once again, I haven't even played Mass Effect 1 yet, so I don't know. I'm just looking at this from afar. It's weird that I know as much about Mass Effect 3's ending as I do, because I was deliberately avoiding knowing anything about it. I've been feeling a lot of the Tears of the Kingdom depression again recently, because of Age of Imprisonment coming out. That year really fucked me up. Thankfully, people aren't spoiling Age of Imprisonment anywhere near as much as they were Tears of the Kingdom. You know, like, Tears of the Kingdom was just, like, horrible. Like, I'd go out of my way to try to even just avoid, like, general public spaces. And I'd still get people, like, direct messaging me. Literally direct messaging me to say, hey, what are you gonna do in your video about the decapitation scene? How's that gonna work in your pauseless run of Tears of the Kingdom? It's like just the fact that I'd made Zelda videos before, people just thought, well, clearly you 100%ed the game in under a week. Like, even too, if I had been actively playing the game, it still would have been a major spoiler, because there's no way I would have gotten that far in the game yet. They were coming to me instantly with this stuff. When the last Doctor Who episode came out, it was legit less than an hour after it came out, before I watched it. The BBC themselves uploaded the ending on their YouTube. Jesus. And they titled it Doctor Who Season XYZ Final Ending. Spoilers. Careful of spoilers. They didn't title it Doctor Who. The decapitation scene where the Doctor finally gets decapitated forever. Like, really decapitated. Super decapitated. And he can't regenerate this time. Or she? Or they? I don't know. Apparently the Doctor has been all sorts of gender recently. I'm really happy for it. Oh, so I have to ask, you say the last Doctor Who episode. Are you telling me that Doctor Who ended? Because I haven't heard about this, if that's what you mean. Oh. Oh, that one was pretty good. Oh wait, I guess I can practice more. They may as well have titled it that. Oh, okay. The most recent episode. Okay. Yeah, that's really messed up. Like, you'd think of all people to not spoil the audience instantly. Hey, the people releasing it. Although, let's be real, I mean, you see, that's like more of a marketing team thing, rather than the people actually making it, and marketing teams, they don't care. Have you seen movie trailers? What is the secret of Soylent Green? They take people into a building. And in that building, they manufacture foodstuffs, and the people don't come out. What is the secret of Soylent Green? This guy figured out the secret of Soylent Green, and he thought it was so horrifying that he went missing in the building where they make Soylent Green and never came out. All that came out was Soylent Green. What is the secret of Soylent Green? They show deaths in trailers. It's so funny. One thing I really love is when the trailers lie on purpose. Like, I hate so much that has become a thing for gamer rage, for gamers to rage about, that they tried to not like, give away plot twists in trailers. And like, friggin' now, Gamer Rage, they're all like, that's false advertising! You said this character would be alive on this adventure! And then they shockingly die in an incredibly emotional scene? Why, it's a scam is what it is. Like, Jesus, are you here for art? Or are you here for... I already know the answer to that. I already know the answer. It's just like the whole, like, just attitude of, I heard somebody literally say this. Different context to the conversation, but I heard someone literally say this about art. Like, complaining about creative choices people were making in the creation of art. They were actually, like, complaining about, like, politics being in works. And they were just like, I don't want your stupid politics. Just put the fries in the bag. And, like... What the fuck? What the fuck kind of attitude is that? Why do you even, like, engage with media in the first place if that's your approach towards it? You literally view art as fast food. Like, even that, you're like placing it as like, as if like it's not even good. Like, the fries in the bag? Like, people think of fries as bad food. Bad junk food that's bad for you. So even in the best case scenario of how you're using this phrase, you're saying, no, give me junk. I do not want anything of any quality. Give me junk. As if it's like a moral virtue. I'm continuing arguments that I had off-strem, on-strem. I feel like this is a bit of a faux pas.
Oh, and also, yes, obviously, like, I mean, I feel like I don't even have to say it, but just in case. Yes, of course, all art is political. The idea that you don't want politics in your art. Like, what you're saying is you want a very specific politics in your art. You want, even in the best case scenario, like the best, most charitable scenario, you're saying you want art that does not question the status quo. Which is very political. And also, most of the people saying that don't actually mean it. They want really political stuff. They just want it in a different direction. I want to go back to non-political games like Final Fantasy VII or Metal Gear Solid. When I watch anime, I'm in it for the escapist fantasy. Don't throw your stupid politics into Attack on Titan. There are absolutely no politics in Full Metal Alchemist. They just call him Fuhrer because it's a cool word. Remember when Ed went to Germany? Remember when he had that whole adventure in Germany? What a fun escapist romp! Isn't FMA the one with the dog and the girl or something? No, it was the one with the dog girl. Spoilers. I both love and am horrified so much that that has become a meme. Ow! Gonna try and jump at the last second.
anime fans. I'm only 2 jokes. They keep making those 2 jokes into the same joke. I know Full Metal Alchemist for 2 things. Both of them are spoilers. This is so evil. We're going to hell. Well, that was just being on the nose. Meh. Oh, that would have been a perfect opportunity where I was like, I knew I was getting hit, and I should have just menued out. Also, remember when I said, oh, I'm gonna make sure that I pull myself away from the game and end the stream early? Here we are. I've got unhealthy habits. Also, my face hurts from laughing and smiling too much. I forgot about the sword. Oh my god. Oh my god! That was actually pretty close. Yeah, trying to work in the platforms and see if if using them can make me safer. There was a very short period of time where every anime seemed to get an anime adaptation. I mean, true. Very true. Like, they keep doing that thing where they'd go, oh, Dragon Ball? No, no, no. This is an adaptation called Dragon Ball Z. I do kind of dislike that thing, honestly. That thing that anime sometimes does, where the second it's literally just the second season. There's no reality in which it's not just the second season of the show. And they just give it a subtitle. And it's just a second season!
That just makes it confusing. Now it's on different lists on all of, like, the databases. Ah, fat. Oof. Well, I can't wait to watch. I can't wait to read Death Note. You're right. I want to read Death Note. I was saying that after I finish Dr. Slump, which I'm very close to the end. I'm in the last volume. I was thinking, like, after I finish reading Dr. Slump, that I'd read Dragon Ball. You know, it just makes sense. But now I'm thinking, like, well, maybe I'll take a break from Toriyama. Go Death Note. Because, like, Death Note has always interested me. Like, just the premise that's like, oh, that sounds good. Like, the genre that I feel like it gets classified as thriller. This genre of thing that, like, is very suspenseful, but not quite in horror territory. Like thrillers, but I don't like that name. I don't think it properly describes. But that genre, that's my favorite. And Death Note, like, the premise just sounds perfect for a thriller. It's just such an interesting, like, immediate, whoa, what will you do with this idea kind of premise. Oh, and that's immediately reminding me, like the most recent thing that did that for me was I think it's called a manhwa, like a Korean comic, but it's called Money Game, and it's a death game thing with a very similar kind of vibe as Squid Game. Though it was actually made like a few years before Squid Game, and like, gosh, it's the kind of thing where the premise was just immediately like, whoa, what are you gonna do with this? And I think like it nails it out of the park, very similarly to Squid Game. It's like before Money Game, Squid Game was the thing where it had a premise that like really latched onto me, and I was like, whoa, that's such a cool idea for a thing. Money Game is like right there. It's right in that same territory. Where, yeah, not only does it have a really interesting premise, it also nails it out of the park. But yeah, I read Money Game like early this year, and like the premise of Money Game, I highly recommend it. I'm gonna tell you the premise to try and hook you with no spoilers of how anything actually goes. So the main character is this guy who's like completely down on his luck. He's financially ruined with massive debt. Sound familiar? And then he gets an invitation from a mysterious invitation to play a game. Sound familiar? Where he can make a lot of money. Sound familiar? All he's got to do is go play this game, and he'll get a lot of money, a lot of money, life-changing money. And so he goes, okay, and he goes to where the game is played, and it's just this sort of like facility is not even the right word for it. It's just like, it's like one room, like a basically empty room with a hallway in it leading to a few smaller private rooms. There's 8 people who will be playing the game together. They are not given anything to like help them live in this place, but they've got to live there for 365 days. And like, obviously, wait, they don't get anything? What do they eat?
Well, here's the thing that makes it possible. So the prize money is it's actually, they explain, it's mathed out. The prize money is split between all of them. The money that they would make working minimum wage, 8 hours a day for like every day of the year, but multiplied by 1,000. And that's it. Minimum wage for a year multiplied by 1,000 is the prize money. And how do they survive in that space for 365 days? Well, in each of their private rooms is it's a dumbwaiter with an intercom with it. And they can go to that intercom during their private time at night. And ask for anything they want. Like, mostly anything, with only a few rules that, like, you can't ask for weapons and stuff like that. And the only catch is that the things you get from the dumbwaiter, you don't get them for free. You gotta buy them. And their price is 1,000 times the market price. See, that's the ticker, and they take it out of the winnings. And since you can only order things in your private room at night, and also one of the most important rules, at night, at a certain time at night, every participant must go to their private room. And in their private room, the door will lock once the time comes. And then you have to stay in your locked private room up until the next day after that. I think it's an 8-hour period when the doors are locked, so like sleep time. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just like survive in this space with these 7 strangers for a year. We're making minimum wage and surviving off of minimum wage. What could possibly go wrong? This game is clearly so easy. It's so good. I highly recommend reading it. Like, I love Money Game. I was obsessed with it for like that whole week that I spent reading it. It hit me so good emotionally, and has so many like thoughtful themes to it. I don't completely agree with with all of the takeaways that I feel like I was meant to take away from it, but like, I think it's still really, really good. The fact that it gave me stuff to think about the way it does is great. And also, one thing that I really love about it is the main character is very much like an unreliable narrator. He is the stupidest, dumbest idiot. And it is so fun to follow the story from his perspective. He is a very stupid man. I love him. Like, he's stupid in a really endearing way. I say unreliable narrator. I don't mean that in the, like, oh, he actually lies about the events that are happening. I mean more the way he interprets events. Like, he gives you the facts, but he interprets them in very stupid ways. Main character spends how many chapters to figure out the dumbwaiter? That is just known. That like they're actually given a rule book at the beginning that explains like how is this game played in depth, which actually tells them how to use the dumbwaiter and stuff, and like how like the prices and everything math out. Are there more than 7 chapters? There's a lot of chapters. It's definitely more than 7. It's a pretty long read. Like I said, it took me like a week, and I was addicted to it. What medium? Manhwa. Like Korean comic. I'm pretty sure that's the word, manhwa. If you're familiar with, there's actually a Netflix show. I think it's called, like, The 8 Show? I think that's what they called the Netflix show. So that'll make it easier to look up anything that's, like, got turned into a hit Netflix series. But I will warn you, be careful of spoilers, because The 8 Show is an adaptation of Pie Game, which is the sequel to Money Game. I have not even read Pie Show yet, or Pie Game yet. But yeah, that is actually like straight up a sequel to Money Game, which I'm still avoiding spoilers on because I wanted to give myself time away from Money Game to go into the sequel. Is it Pie Game or Pie Game? I think it's Pie Game as in... I genuinely don't know. I genuinely can't remember. It might be Pie. It might be Pie. It might be both. I also know that there's actually like a third series too. Like there's Money Game, there's Pie Game, and I forget what the third one is, but there is a third one that at the time that I read Money Game was like still going. Or was it still going, or did it finish but the English version was still going? One or the other. Have I played Ghost Trick? I have played and love Ghost Trick. Is Johans the final boss? Yes, but he has 2 phases. This is only his first phase. Would have been amazing if I actually got through that. Yeah, that's a bad strat. I'm not gonna lie, I was this close to making a Danganronpa joke when you were describing Money Game. I've got to play Danganronpa. That's also one of the other things that very much interests me, but only vibes based. Let me put it this way: I've been avoiding spoilers of Danganronpa so hard, I don't even know the premise. All I know is, whoa, that looks cool. And I still, to this day, still haven't played it. What's it about? I don't know. Looks cool. I have been told it actually has a terrible English translation. Like, I've seen, like translation, comparison things where it's, like, they just straight up mistranslated lines to say the opposite of the original line. In ways that are very easy to track, like, oh, this is the mistake they made. They thought this word meant this, but it doesn't mean that.
But hey, I'm decent at playing games in Japanese now. I feel like a visual novel would be pushing it. There's a very big difference between playing a visual novel in a language that I have to heavily research and, like, a Metroid game. One's a bit easier than the other. It's like 7:40. Remember when I was like, oh, on the stream, so I'm gonna end the stream a little bit early. I'm gonna be healthy today. I'm not gonna obsess that I haven't made enough work progress. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna be like, okay, I got some good work done today. Now I'm gonna go do other healthy things. Honestly, not even 100% certain what I'd do if I ended the stream, though, is the thing. Like, I already did the dishes. And any chore that I would do otherwise. Like, I think I'm pretty much either caught up on, or it would take too long. Like, I wouldn't have enough time. Otherwise, like, I'd just be playing video games, I guess. That's, like, the only other option, and at that point, I mean, like, hey... What's this? But it'd be video games for fun, as opposed to... my job. Obviously, if you enter the stream, you'd go play Danganronpa. Not right now, genuinely, because I'm in the middle of a few things already. I wouldn't want to play what I expect would be a more high-commitment game like that. I try to pace myself when it comes to high commitment games, And right now I'm not doing much of them because I'm in the middle of Rogue Legacy 2, which is like my main casual game right now. And then there's a lot of other more minor casual games I'm in the middle of. Oh, there you go. Arya's asking what other games am I in the middle of other than Rogue Legacy. Well, Rogue Legacy 2. I guess that counts. That's the one that's like my main casual game. I did recently just beat the first run. Though without spoilers, this is something that they advertise. The game is Rogue Legacy 2 more so than the first game. Is designed to be a thing that you have to do multiple runs of the story to actually fully complete it. Like you haven't finished the game yet just by doing one run. And also just in general, I'm really loving Rogue Legacy 2. Rogue Legacy 2 is the superior game. I would be careful of that trap. Rogue Legacy 2 is like a really cool and much more complex game with a lot more variation to the gameplay and stuff. But I would hesitate to say it's the superior game. It's the fancier game. But, like, there's some... I think there's something to be said to the simplicity of Rogue Legacy 1. But the sequel lacks, by necessity. How are you going to have it be this simple if you're upping the ante in so many ways? But aside from the point, I do love Rogue Legacy 2, and I don't want to make any statements about which I love more. I haven't even finished it yet. But, like, the way it, like, differentiates all the player characters so much more thoroughly, like, every class plays so differently from the other classes, and then even mid-run, you'll end up having to make choices of swapping out your weapon, talent, and spell that can change how you play mid-run. And you can get some really broken combinations. It's so cool. Like, very much like no run will be quite the same.
And also, I really love, like, it does what Rogue Legacy 1 does with its approach to lore. Like, it's one of those kinds of, it's one of them Dark Soulses, one of them Hollow Knights, where the story, for the most part, isn't happening on screen. The story is something that you are piecing together. You don't know what's happening when you go in. You have to figure it out. And I think Rogue Legacy 2 does it really well, just like Rogue Legacy 1 does. But, like, you know, upping the ante tremendously. Of course, I say Rogue Legacy 1 does that. It does sort of spell out the lore 100% for you by the end. So I guess it's not a perfect example. Like, the lore is, like, hinted at, and you're meant to, like, figure it out potentially in advance, and then it does the reveal to tell you everything. Rogue Legacy 2, not so much. Even after beating the game, I still barely understand the lore, though I understand it much better. It's still very much, like, vague ideas that I'm not sure how to plug them in the slots together. Yeah, Hollow Knight made me appreciate that style of storytelling a lot more. I used to hate it. And then now going back to replay Rogue Legacy, I was like, oh, hey, yeah, I like this storytelling. I've been converted. I now like Dark Souls story. Even though I hated it in Demon Souls. I need to go back and 100% Demon Souls. You know, it is actually, now that I think about it, I brought it up earlier, Ju-On. One thing I really love about early Ju-On, unfortunately, the franchise just sort of abandons it very quickly, and none of the later movies are anywhere near as fun as, like, the first one because of it. So, Ju-On, like, it does this cool thing. So it's all, like, a series of short ghost stories, all revolving around this one haunted house. And they do a cool thing. It is present in a lot of the movies, but never to as big of a degree as in the very first movie, where the stories all occur out of linear order. You do not see the linear sequence of events. And on top of that, they don't really spell out 100% what's going on. What's going on with this haunted house? Who are these ghosts? Why are these ghosts doing what they do? Who are these people, and what do they have to do with these ghosts? And it's really fun because of the way the movie is structured in non-linear order. The individual stories are still very much followable. You just follow this one main character in their one story where they end up encountering this haunted house. And you can follow that on its own, but the overarching narrative on top of that is happening in the background, that's something you have to work more for. You've really got to pay attention to realize, oh, this story took place before that other one. Because you can see the main character of that other story over here. Before they got violently murdered by the ghost. And it's a really cool, like, almost like detective-like. It's a mystery kind of thing. Where you're the detective figuring out this ghost's mystery. And yeah, I really love that. Ju-On is, like, it might be my favorite horror movie. The very first one. Not like Ju-On the Grudge, that was like a pseudo remake that came out years later, but actually a sequel. It's really weird how they made Ju-on the Grudge. I don't like it anywhere near as much as the first movie. Just watch the first movie. The first movie was made for TV, and it's the best one. Honestly, I'd even say maybe don't watch any of the others. Just watch the first one. It's the only really good one. Like, on top of that, it's also, like, incredibly scary. To this day, I am still afraid of going upstairs at night. Like, very specifically, being upstairs at night makes me think of Ju-on. Because that's where I can't even say. I can't even say without spoilers. You're just gonna have to watch Ju-on and find out. I will warn you, it will give you nightmares. It is a horrifying movie. Make sure you watch it at home alone at night with the lights off. You will be scarred. Whenever I'm being like, oh no, the ghosts, I'm worried about the ghosts, I'm always thinking of the first movie. I'm not thinking of the later ones. Those ones they get weird. I'm sorry to be that guy, but is that the original The Ring? No, they are separate horror franchises. But also they did a crossover. They just straight up did a crossover movie. Where it's like the ghost from Ju-on and the ghost from The Ring. Like, they put up their dukes. And they go, let me at him, let me at him. They what? Yes, I'm serious. I haven't seen it yet because I am in the middle of reading the Ring books. I've read the first two. I was taking a break from it before reading the third one, and that break has been a while. And you know, speaking of like gushing over Ju-on and how good that movie is, the Ring novels, like, are really good. I really highly recommend them. I will say with an asterisk though, the second one gets really weird. I love it, but it gets really weird. Even the first one gets really weird and has some like, it has some stuff in it. It's kind of a spoiler to say what it is. It has some problematic stuff in it, but also at the same time, it's like, it's the kind of problematic stuff where I'm like, is this intending to have a positive message with this messed up stuff? I don't even know what to think of the politics of The Ring. Still really good books. But The Ring, it is a much more straightforward. Now, here's the thing. If you know anything about the Ring movies, like, the vibes I got from the movies are completely different from the books. The vibe I got, was like, from, like, of the Ring movies is, oh, there's this creepy video, and if you watch it, a ghost comes to kill you. A ghost comes out of the TV and murders you. And, like, that's, like, the whole thing, right? That's, like, the whole thing? That's the whole pop culture thing, that this ghost comes out of the TV and murders you? Minor spoilers for the book. That's not a thing. That is not a thing in the book. The ghost, there's not a ghost coming out of the TV. That's just not a thing. In fact, arguably there's not a ghost. It's just you watch the video and you die in 7 days. And that's it. It's not a ghost. It's just you die. It's just the cursed video. The video is the murderer, not the ghost. It's so weird that that's how that became in the... I assume that's a thing they changed for the movie. I still haven't seen the movie. I'm really excited to watch the movies, because apparently they made it into a ghost. Not to say, no, it's very ghost-y. It's very ghosty, is the thing. I'll say that. I might have already been sketching too close to the spoilers already. But the point is, it's a detective novel where there is this videotape that kills people in 7 days. And it is all about this journalist who happens to watch the video being like, huh, this video kills people in 7 days and I just watched it. I might want to do more research. You kind of got the movie premise wrong. I am talking about the cultural osmosis I have gotten of the movie. So, like, gosh, I don't even know. Like, yeah, that's the end point. That's not exactly what the video... Well, I mean, obviously... That's the thing. It's a mystery thing. That's getting into major spoiler territory. It's a mystery. Well, yeah, you're getting into that spoiler. No, that's getting too far into spoiler territory. That's getting like too close to the. That's getting too close to the whole aspect of it. This is stuff I'm trying to avoid saying. To leave room for the mystery. I mean, don't worry about it. I literally didn't say it. So it makes sense to be thinking, wait, but you didn't talk about it. But yeah, long story short, really super duper recommend reading the Ring novels. I can recommend both the first two, with the warning that there's some problematic stuff, and it gets very, very weird in the second one. Very weird. It does weird stuff, like, how did this be the sequel to the last book kind of stuff. And I want to watch those movies. I need to get back to reading the novels. I am technically, if I were going in pure release order, I should have actually already watched at least the first movie. I know that. Because, like, the first movie did actually come out in between the first two books. But I figured, I'll just read through the books. It makes for a more natural, like, reading experience than confusing myself by adding in an adaptation in the middle. You know, speaking of Ju-on, I was even, vibing all about, oh wow, Ju-on's so good, Ju-on's so great and amazing and I love it. Just only watch the first one. It actually sort of very similarly, the second one. Just like The Ring, like the first book's really, really, really good. And then there's a really weird second one. Ju-on, the first movie, really, 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 really good. The second movie, honestly, it's just kind of really, really weird. And it's even weirder because unlike the books, the first two movies, they were like back-to-back made-for-TV movies. They came like one right after the other. They might have even like been filmed simultaneously. It might have been one of those things. It's so weird how different they are. Also, unlike The Ring, I think the second Ju-on movie is, I don't like it. I'm just like, what the hell did I just watch? In, like, a bad way. They picked up the slack for the first theater movie, Ju-on the Grudge, but I still think it's a major step down from the first movie. And it's very unfortunate that just by virtue of being the movie for theaters that then got, like, that's the one that got brought over and became a big cultural sensation and got the American remake, etc., etc. Because of all that, like, that's the one that gets more attention, even though it is the inferior movie. The first one's better. Good morning, 23 Long Animal. Thank you for saying I make good videos and play video games. I do play video games. Thank you for noticing. Oh! Oh, come on! Ah! Ah! Get away from me! Ooh! Holy crap! There he is! I was trying to bag him! We got him, chat! We got him! It's him! It's the Lament guy! Haha! Good morning, Zors! I actually did figure out that I could do it in statue rooms, and I suspected any question mark room would work. Yeah, good morning, thank you for joining. Unfortunately, I am probably ending the stream soon. Like, we're actually past the deadline by like an hour and a half. But we're now like double past the deadline. It's all good. I'm glad you got a practice file set up. Yeah, I finally realized that I was stupid. I knew backing up my save file would be the way I did it, like a couple months ago. But then I didn't work on the run, and just forgot. This challenge is pretty much impossible without a ton of Alex hero final boss practice. You say hero. Does that mean small Johans? Oh, Herodotus! Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I was just like, hero? I think Herodotus is in my brain as Herodotus, so I never abbreviated. Yeah, Herodotus was like the beginning of this strem, and then I finally got a good attempt. I think I technically failed it, but I got to the point where I was one hit away from death at the exact moment I got them all to the small slimes. And so I was like, good enough. Because, like, what I'm trying to do, since, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm not as good at the game as you are. What I'm trying to do is learn the bosses well enough to beat them damageless. And then just heal the full in between every single attempt. Can't believe I got away with. Oh, gamer, gamer! Oh, really good run there. Oh, that's why you were talking about in one of the... I didn't, like, watch it all the way through, but I remember watching one of your video archives of doing, like, one of the low life runs. I remember hearing you talk about, oh, you wanted a strength. You wanted to get a strength. And I wasn't sure what, like, if there was a specific reason for that or just kill bosses faster. Ah, ah, ah! Oh, I was hoping I could get under it. That was a really good one. And a better spell is really big for Alex. Oh, I didn't even consider. That's right. I might want to explore the castle a bit more to get a better spell. I didn't even I completely forgot. Oh wait, I can get a different spell. Though I'm not so much worried about Alex, since like Alex, like I didn't have to practice long to get a good run against Alex. It's for hero, but also to kill bosses faster. Yeah. Oh, I guess you're smart. You could tell me this. So I'm wondering, what is the minimum number of HP for me to get to survive hits from the final boss, no matter what? Like, I just need to be able to survive one hit. And that, like, guaranteed. And then I can just always menu out if I need to. Because I don't want to lose all my progress and do all the prior bosses again. The max damage the fountain can do is 110. Okay, so I need 3. So what I need is at least 2 HP ups and 1 defense up. Or like 3 HP ups, I think, is how that would math out, right? Because what I was thinking what I'd do is just kill Kidder over and over and over until I get 2 HP drops, and then I wasn't sure how much more I would need after that. Oh, Zorse, you're even telling me about the thing that I already know about. I'm gonna... Wait, one second. There's like a bunch of like police cars outside. Oh dear. Okay, just to clarify, they're not here for me. But I was already thinking of ending the stream anyway, and I'm not sure I want to continue the stream with there's something going on outside of my house. So I'm gonna head out now. I'm sorry for cutting it like this, but I'm a little concerned. So thank you, thank you, heart emojis, and thank you very much for all the helpful tips, Zorse. Night nights, heart emojis.